All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is that magical time of day where we get to begin yet another day of severe weather coverage. Good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's Monday, the 19th of May, 2025. We do have our first tornado warning of the day, and what will probably be a bit of a longer day, unfortunately, for us in parts of the southern plains, but it's okay. We're going to get you through it A-OK. Let's go ahead and start off with quickly what we have. We have a couple of developing thunderstorms right now in eastern Young County and western Jack County. These thunderstorms are relatively slowly developing. They're right now going to be moving northeast. At this point, they're not severe. They could easily become severe over the next 30 minutes as they move northeast towards portions of Jack, Montague counties. Reason y'all are getting to hear my beautiful Awesome Blossom voice is that we have a tornado warning. This is going to be for eastern Clay County. Now, we have storm chasers on this storm. They're reporting it's fairly outflow dominant right now. So what that means is if we're going to get a tornado out of this, we don't think it's going to be one of these very big, bad, very mad, spaghetti-o situations. What we kind of have right now is a thunderstorm that's kind of cold-looking, and with that, it's got plenty of hail, it's got a lot of lightning, it's got strong winds, and yeah, it's got a bit of a wall cloud with it, but it does not look like a thunderstorm that is, getting ready to start doing crazy things in terms of putting down half-mile-wide tornadoes. So that being said, the Weather Service in Norman did elect to put a tornado warning on this for southeastern Clay County. This runs until 3 p.m. This does not include Henrietta. This does not include Bellevue. This does include areas west of Ringgold. The Weather Service in Fort Worth has already put a severe thunderstorm warning out for portions of northern Montague County, essentially along and north of a line from Stoneburg to St. Joe. This does include places like Ringgold, Belcherville, Nocona, and Bonita. As this thunderstorm moves off to the east, east-northeast very quickly at about 45 miles per hour. So, those of you in southeastern Clay County, we'd like you to go ahead and take your safe places. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do believe there could be more storms after this today, so keep your guard up, but this is the first tornado warning of the day we're dealing with. And again, this is probably not going to be the last one, and at this point, I hope you can tell by the tone of my voice, we're not talking about something super-duper spaghetti-oville right now. We're talking about a thunderstorm that at times has shown modest rotation with it and is still kind of struggling with some cold air outflow. So that's what we're going to be watching for. This thunderstorm is capable of producing ping pong ball size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. And yes, it does have a tornado warning. A little area of rotation now northeast of Highway 287, just east of Dirk Worsham, and that's going to be moving off to the east-northeast towards the Ringgold area. The Weather Service in Fort Worth has not put a tornado warning out for Montague County at this point. They believe this storm is capable of producing ping pong ball size hail and winds over 60 miles an hour. We have multiple storm chasers on this storm right now, and they're keeping a close eye on it. It looks like they do have a wall cloud with it. They do not have any sort of visual of a tornado or anything like that at this point, but they are keeping a very close eye on this thunderstorm as it quickly moves east-northeast. I'll go ahead and put a loop on here, and we'll do a regional view, and we'll talk about what the expectations are going into this afternoon. I know many of you are on guard, especially after yesterday, and outflow, by the way, is cold air being pushed out by the thunderstorm. So if it does that, typically we're not as concerned about a tornado threat. So let me go ahead. Let's see if we can't get severe watches on here. This wasn't working earlier, but we have a tornado watch through 8 p.m. for parts of Texoma and areas west and north of the DFW Metroplex. We may see another tornado watch issued a bit later this afternoon as we see additional thunderstorm development occur. In fact, let me see if we can't get some satellite data on here. And this is actually going to give us satellite data over the last half hour, or it should in a second. And we'll give you a visual of what this wall cloud looks like right now near Dick Worsham. This is from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. And this is going to be that wall cloud that the Weather Service has put on, or the Weather Service has put a tornado warning on until 3 p.m. And this is your wall cloud right here. Again, there is a wall cloud. You've got an area of rain-free base there, but notice no tornado right now. No sort of, spinny, spinny, doom, doom mischief. But we're going to be watching carefully. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on it as this storm moves off to the east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So here's another look. This is the satellite data over the last 30 minutes, and you can see this helps us see where we could see storm development occur later. Notice we have towering cumulus all the way down into the eastern big country, western North Texas. We have some developing thunderstorms here east of Graham into western Jack County, and we have towering cumulus back on the dry line out here from near Abilene to Olney to Wichita Falls, and we even have towering cumulus on a second boundary here from just west of Brownwood to Cross Plains to Breckenridge. So we're going to be watching all this activity for the possibility of a few severe thunderstorms developing over the next few hours. And the most intense of these storms will have the potential of producing golf ball size hail, at least damaging winds, and yes, we could see a few tornadoes today. I don't want you to think we're dealing with that right now. We do have a tornado warning for far southeastern Clay County, but it doesn't look like the Weather Service is going to extend that right now into Montague County. So this is going to be one of these small, short duration tornado warnings with the thunderstorm about to cross over Highway 82 and 81 around Ringgold. That storm's already now northeast of Highway 287. So that's what we're going to be watching for. You note we do have thunderstorms that have developed here, southeastern North Texas, just like yesterday afternoon. These storms are not expected to really do too much. They may start trying to throw out some hail as they move northeast into the Arklatex, but our main severe weather threat is expected to be with this activity developing here back across parts of western North Texas over the next few hours, where we have a tornado watch in effect through 8 p.m. We'll take a peek up north. Again, you can see we've got severe storms in south central and now eastern Oklahoma, with a tornado warning now with the thunderstorm moving towards Calvin, Oklahoma. Those storms are racing northeast at about 30. We're here because we have a quick tornado warning for this thunderstorm in eastern Clay County moving up into northern Montague County. Montague County is not under a tornado warning at this point. The thunderstorms with this activity are moving off to the northeast. So we'll keep a close eye on that activity as it continues moving off to the east-northeast at about 35 to 45 miles an hour. Go say hi to Mom. So that's the only storm we're having to watch at this point. And right now, the threat is northwest of the Metroplex. I don't want y'all in the Metroplex to think you're donezo. Y'all may still have storms to deal with later, but right now it's off to your northwest. So that's the good news. I don't think we're going to see the tornado warning extended down into Montague County, which is also good news. But we're going to keep a very close eye on this thunderstorm. We have several of our storm chasers that are up here. And we're also going to be keeping an eye on this new development back down into eastern Yum and Jack counties. Right now, that activity is not really doing too much. The storm east of Graham has not really intensified much. The only storm we have right now in the state of Texas that has intensified to the point of producing a short tornado warning and now possibly baseball size hail is this thunderstorm approaching Ringgold on Highway 82. And this thunderstorm is quickly moving east northeast. It's going to move over Ringgold, Belcherville, Nocona, Bonita, and then probably cross over into southern Oklahoma near Courtney and Leon, Oklahoma. And then that storm will be out of the state of Texas unless it takes a right turn again, in which case, if it does that, it may clip northwestern parts of Cook County. At this point, not expecting it to be an issue for Sherman, DFW, etc. But notice we have new thunderstorms trying to get going down here along the dry line into parts of western North Texas. And this activity over the next few hours will have the potential to develop and move northeast towards parts of the western and northern sides of the DFW Metroplex. As it continues to do so, we will keep a close eye on it, as that's where we have a tornado watch through 8 p.m. This activity southeast of DFW at this point, not severe. Can't rule out some small hail with that, but the good news is that stuff is unlikely to become problematic in the short term either, as it moves towards the Arklatex. So, good news is, unless we get a new tornado warning out of this storm in Clay County, we should be done with this tornado warning very shortly. This is a dangerous storm capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail from near Terrell, Oklahoma, down 81 through Ringgold. And that hail core will have the potential to impact Highway 82 from Ringgold to Belcherville to Nocona to Bonita. And again, the Weather Service is saying this could have up to teacup size hail now. That's 3 inches in diameter. And they indicate that's been observed. So apparently we've had baseball-size hail observed with this thunderstorm. And it's moving into northern Montague County. I don't think the Weather Service is going to put a new tornado warning on this right now into Montague County. So again, we're about to be out of tornado warnings, but we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, the day is just beginning as we have additional thunderstorms developing now in Yonge and Jack counties. And even farther south, you can see those towering bubbles on the satellite imagery that indicate we're probably going to have some storms fire up farther south towards Interstate 20 over the next few hours. So we will be keeping a close eye on this. Those of you in DFW should do the same. There's nothing imminent for DFW. Looks like the next few hours you'll be less active, but you're going to have to watch storms that do develop to the west and try to make their way east. Just taking a look at some data. Looks like our first confirmed tornado of the day is going to be with a thunderstorm up in Oklahoma, near Allen, Oklahoma. A very strong rotation with that now, and a tornado debris signature. So that goes to show storms today are going to be capable of producing tornadoes. We don't have that in Texas right now, thankfully. We may at some point this afternoon and evening, but for now we're doing okay. But it's also not even 3 o'clock yet, so it is 2 5:50 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail. This thunderstorm is moving into Montague County, about to move into Ringgold from Highway 81. Those of you from Henrietta to Bellevue, you're clear from this thunderstorm, but there is additional activity developing to your southwest, which may bring severe weather into your region over the next several hours. But main focus right now is going to be this thunderstorm moving into Montague County with the potential of golf ball to baseball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts, heavy rain, and quite a bit of lightning. The tornado warning I do not expect to be extended, which is why I'm not talking too much about it. But again, everyone from Henrietta to Dick Worsham to Bellevue, 287, you're clear from that. That hail core in that area of precipitation is now off to your east. Additional thunderstorms coming in from the southwest, though, over the next couple of hours as we take a look out at satellite, and you can see, voila, there you go. So real quick, let's go ahead. I'm going to reset this program real quick, and then we're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model to see what it does heading into the afternoon and evening hours to give some of y'all a timeline. And then as we do that, I'm going to have to ask y'all in the chat to help us out here. This is where, we look at the forecast about every 20 minutes, and then someone joins 5 seconds after we do it and asks, what's the forecast? So if y'all are able to help us out here by, answering those questions nicely, that would really help us out. So for what it's worth, this is what the HER model thinks we're going to have at 5 p.m. I'm going to go back. I want to take a look at 3 just to see how it's doing. Now, it's not doing super duper awesome here. There are a couple thunderstorms southeast of DFW, but it's really overdoing that. It's doing okay with this stuff up on east of I-35 in south central Oklahoma. Models are not going to be perfect at this, but I at least want to give a general guideline on what we may see going into tonight. So I'll let this loop play out, with the caveat being, don't expect a storm to hit your house at exactly when this says. This is not a day where we're going to have widespread storms. It's a day where we're going to have more miss than hit storms. But the storms we have, like yesterday, could be quite rambunctious. So you can see this model does bring storms in the northern DFW this evening. And you can see it also fires up a couple storms tonight with a hail threat in central Texas. But again, we're going to be dealing with the threat of storms along the Red River, Texoma, and parts of North Texas through at least 9 to 10 p.m. Is it possible this means DFW misses out? Sure. But guess what? I'm not going to guarantee that. So it's where you're just going to have to keep an eye on the sky. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing here, and why we have begun our coverage. And here's a satellite image right now. You can see those towering thunderstorms. And I can loop this again just over the last, half hour. To an hour. And you can see how we've had some slow development of storms out here in Young County and Jack County. And then we've had this thunderstorm activity out in parts of Clay County, moving east into Montague County. And these storms had the potential of producing hail up to the size of tennis balls, some very strong winds. The tornado warning is going to be gone here in a minute. I don't expect that to return. But again, we're going to keep a very close eye on this storm. It's approaching Ringgold right now. We have our storm chasers entering or keeping a close eye on this storm. But again, we have no tornadoes. We have a nasty storm capable of producing some tennis ball size hail in northern Montague County near Ringgold. That's going to be moving east along Highway 82 towards Belcherville, Nocona, Bonita, maybe even towards St. Joe. You can see we're watching additional thunderstorms back southwest into the eastern big country. That activity, we're going to have to watch for new development as it moves off to the northeast at about well, 35 to 50 miles an hour. These are going to be pretty quick moving storms today. And again, right now, DFW, not a thing is going on. The closest stuff to you is way up here on the Red River in western North Texas. So if we have something, it's not going to be for a few hours yet. All right. I'm just looking at the latest severe weather outlook. And I'll show that here in a second. But again, looks like we have a lot of folks joining us this afternoon. Thank you for that. Glad you're here. We're live on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel right now and Facebook. Once we get real active this afternoon, we'll go live on the other platforms. But for now, we're kind of just keeping an eye on things. For those of you wondering what the risk of severe weather is today, and again, this isn't a guarantee you're actually going to have storms in your area, but you can see we do have a pretty substantial risk of severe weather across parts of North Texas and Texoma this afternoon. A level 3 and a level 4 risk of severe weather out of a level 5, which is the highest you can go. And with that, the potential exists for a few tornadoes. You can see we do have a low to medium threat of tornadoes across, parts of central Texas, North Texas, Texoma, and northeast Texas this afternoon and this evening. That doesn't mean this entire risk zone is going to see storms. In fact, many of you may not. But the storms we do have are probably going to be rambunctious, just like yesterday. We didn't have that many storms. We had, 4 to 5? And any given time, we had about 2 to 3. And yet, guess what? They were dropping tornadoes and baseball size hail. So that is what we could be dealing with going into the afternoon and evening hours today. And that's why we're going to be here keeping an eye on things at the Texas Storm Chasers. As you can see, I'll let this loop over the last hour. You can see we are seeing additional towering cumulus now. Just north of Breckenridge, that's probably going to be a thunderstorm that tries to go up soon. We're keeping an eye just up and down the dry line as surface temperatures warm. Notice the sun is out here. Brownwood, Mineral Wells, as the sun's out, helping to heat the atmosphere. We could see that cap or lid on the atmosphere break. And I can zoom out and switch to a completely different product. Let me see if we can't show you this real quick. And this is just a different look. This is upper level lift arriving. This is our upper level storm system kicking in. So it's not even here yet. So as that arrives over the next 2 to 4 hours, we're going to see additional thunderstorms develop across western North Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, etc. All right, so let's get back into this. We're about to be rid of our tornado warning, but this thunderstorm is capable of producing baseball-sized hail now in Ringgold, moving east to Nocona. And yes, we do have additional thunderstorms now organizing back west. We have a new storm east of Archer City near Windthirst. We have an additional thunderstorm near Bryson out in Jack County. These thunderstorms showing indications of becoming supercellular with an increasing potential of producing very large hail over the next 30 to 60 minutes as they move east-northeast at 40 to 50 miles per hour. We're going to have to watch those carefully. Those of you downstream of these, guess what? Do the same. That means, Jacksboro, Bowie, St. Joe, Gainesville, obviously Henrietta, Nocona. Keep an eye out because we got more storms developing out behind this first storm. You can see this first storm itself is going on a little bit of a rambunctious spree with hail. Weather Service saying this could have baseball-sized hail with it and winds over 65 miles an hour as it moves off to the east-northeast at 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Ringgold, it's over you right now. Next up, Belcherville, Nocona, Bonita up here in northern parts of Montague County. We talk about y'all way too often. I'm sure you're tired of me talking about you, but here we go. This storm could be dropping baseball-sized hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 65 miles per hour. And yeah, we're still keeping an eye out for any indications of rotation. Um, our chasers there report there is a wall cloud and there's some rotating rain bands under that wall cloud. So we clearly have a well organized supercell, and this storm is still trying to continue to organize. So we're watching carefully. A little bit of rotation right up on the Red River right now. That's about to move into southern Oklahoma. This is moving towards Nakona Hills, Lake Nakona. Y'all get tired of me mentioning you yet? I can remember. So, just keep an eye out. Again, this storm could be producing baseball-sized hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 65 miles per hour. I'll turn the satellite back on because who doesn't enjoy a nice little satellite? You could see storms continue to bubble up and move east-northeast, with two new storms now developing, one just east of Windthirst, one just west of Jacksboro. And then a severe thunderstorm just east of Ringgold now, producing baseball-sized hail, approaching Belcherville on Highway 82. That may also bring very large hail to Nakona, Nakona Lake, Nakona Hills, up to Spanish Fort, and Roland. Those of you in DFW, you're doing A-OK. This activity south and east of DFW is not severe. And you can see we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for a second cell back in Clay County. That one just southeast of Archer City, moving towards Henrietta and Dick Worsham again. And that could have large hail. And we're going to be watching for that carefully. So again, two severe storms now in Texas. One producing baseball-sized hail just east of Highway 81 in Ringgold, moving towards Belcherville, Nakona, Nakona Lake, Nakona Hills, Roland, and Spanish Fort, up in north sections of Montague County. A second severe thunderstorm now just east of Archer City, following this first storm's heels. That could be producing hail up to the size of ping pong balls and wind gust over 60 miles an hour. A third storm that's been slower in its development cycle is west of Jacksboro now, but we'll have to keep a close eye on that as it continues to move off to the east-northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. DFW, again, there's nothing going on right now. If there was, you'd still have several hours yet before it even got anywhere near you. So you're fine in DFW. And if you want to watch our live radar stream, you can do so, texasstormchasers.com/live. All right. So here's what we're going to do real quick. Since we have no tornado warnings, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. I am going to go find some nasal stuff to get rid of this monotone. And we'll be
Texas
back here
local
with
storm
continuing
report
severe
from
weather
Ringgold in
coverage
Montague
about
County,
5 minutes.
Texas.
Until then,
Hail magnitude
enjoy a little
measured
bit of music,
1.75 inches.
and we'll be back
Reported
in
by
just
emergency
a few
manager.
minutes. Ho, ho, ho. And now you know what happens when I forget to press the transition button. I'm taking my Sudafed. Merry Christmas. Yes, there was supposed to be music during that. No, I forgot to press the button. Yes, I did eventually remember, and now it's okay. So, hey, guess what? It's Monday, the 19th of May. Ooh, nice rhyme. 3:10 p.m. We have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail right now near Belcherville. A second severe thunderstorm quickly organizing southwest of Henrietta once again. That could have at least golf ball size hail. And the thunderstorm northwest of Jacksboro, I suspect, is about to earn itself a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of ping pong ball size hail just east of German, north of Jacksboro by about let's just say 6 miles. That's moving up towards Newport and eventually Bowie. No tornado warnings in Texas right now, and this activity continues to mostly move to the east northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Nope, DFW, not a thing going on right now. Y'all in DFW are fine right now. If you have any storms in DFW later, it'll be because they're forming out west on I-20 or something. But right now, not a zilch. So, what we do have is you're looking at satellite imagery, by the way, of the last several minutes. That storm in Jack County. We're probably going to get a severe warning on that shortly for hail. And then we have some additional convective attempts on going down towards parts of Stevens County and west of Palo Pinto County. You can see those bubbling up out here. In fact, all the way down to Eastland, we're starting to see some bubbles organize along the dry line. And this is where we could see little thunderstorms pop up over the next wee bit. And that activity will have the potential to move east-northeast at 40 miles an hour if it develops. And anything that develops will have a pretty good chance of producing at least some pretty big hail, localized damaging winds, and just like yesterday, we may see a bit of a tornado threat uptick after 4 to 5 p.m., though we've already had a tornado warning this afternoon, so that just goes to show you at least some risk is already there. I'm just listening to some voice messages from our group chat. So we have no tornado warnings, and we're just keeping an eye on these storms in western parts of North Texas as they move off to the northeast. The good news is, again, we don't have any issues with tornadoes right now. We don't have anything that indicates we're about to have issues with tornadoes. We're just watching at this point for the development of these thunderstorms with large hail. And we're going to see how far south they develop along the dry line. But you can see, looking at the satellite imagery, the towering cumulus goes all the way down to at least Interstate 20. So it's certainly possible we're going to have quite a bit of development farther to the south as time goes on. So that's what we're going to be here for. That's what we're going to be watching. And at this point, again, little shower going up over Gainesville. I don't think that's doing anything right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jack County. We have a severe thunderstorm near south of Henrietta. That could be throwing out tennis balls now, honestly. That hail core is really coming up. And we have that nasty severe storm about to cross into Lake Nakona Hills, up along the Red River in northern Montague County. Near Spanish Fort and Roland. And all this will continue moving northeast. But you can see the storms we have going up are being hailers, no doubt about that. The most intense one of these, just north of Nakona, could have baseball-size hail. So with that being said, we're going to keep an eye on things here. We have no tornado warnings, and hopefully we won't have any tornado warnings, but still, we're watching it carefully. A severe thunderstorm 6 miles north of Jacksboro, a severe thunderstorm about 10 miles south-southwest of Henrietta, and a severe thunderstorm now approaching Spanish Fort, Lake Nakona, and Roland, Nakona Hills, north of Nakona in parts of western North Texas / Texoma. We're going to be back here we'll do 3:25 p.m. And understand, when I'm not talking here, I'm still here. I'm just not talking because if you can't tell, my voice is kind of donezo with allergies. So I'm trying to save the voice for, when we're doing continuous coverage for hours like we did yesterday. So, and let's be honest, the music is a little nicer than my voice. So we're not going anywhere. It's just me not talking. And if I need to break in before 3:25, we absolutely will do so. So we'll be in the chat keeping an eye on things. Otherwise, we'll be back here in about 8 minutes with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. All right, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 3:25 p.m. here on the 19th of May, 2025. We're monitoring a few severe thunderstorms capable of producing large hail, localized damaging winds, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning. This activity is in western parts of North Texas, north of Highway 380. We have one storm now on Highway 148 north of Jacksboro by about 8 miles. That storm's moving northeast pretty quickly at about 35 to 40 miles an hour towards Bowie. We have a severe thunderstorm with golf ball size hail at least. That is now only a few miles south of Henrietta up here. And we have a third severe thunderstorm that was tornado warned earlier but is about to move into Oklahoma. Right now it's impacting Roland, Spanish Fort, a wee bit north of Lake Dakota and Dakota Hills. These storms moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. At this point, we don't have any development south of Highway 380 to Interstate 20. We have a lot of towering cumulus down here, but a lot of the weather model data is not really ambitious with storms developing down to I-20. But like I said in this morning's video, model data has not done particularly well this week, so we're just going to have to wait and see. The real-time observations in satellite would indicate we need to watch this carefully, this towering cumulus, since it's possible we could see a storm pop off on that, and if that happens, that storm would pose a higher threat of moving into western sections of the DFW Metroplex. Otherwise, at this point, we do have a couple of showers here extending from Greenville down to Elmo to Grays Prairie, Kemp to Rice and M House. That activity is not severe. It's just got maybe a few lightning strikes, rumbles of thunder, otherwise a quick round of heavy rain. And then we do have this thunderstorm that is northeast of Gainesville. That'll be moving up towards Gordonville and then into southern Oklahoma. So that's the good news right now. The good news is we don't have any tornadoes. Those of you in DFW, there's nothing imminent. If anything, I'd guess we'd probably have some storms from near Decatur to Gainesville by maybe 5:30 p.m. But if nothing develops, down towards Interstate 20, well, it's going to be pretty hard to get anything in places like Weatherford, Fort Worth, or Dallas. So we're looking okay for now in that regard. So those of y'all in DFW can chillax, and it'll be okie dokie. We're going to get a warning here in just a second, it looks like.
New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Montague County in Texas.
That's a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm moving across parts of Montague County. But again, we're keeping an eye on the storm in Jack County. We're keeping an eye on the storm south of Henrietta. And we're keeping an eye on the storm about to move into Oklahoma from north of Nocona and Lake Nocona. So as this activity continues, again, we have no tornado warnings. I don't see anything that would even need a tornado warning anytime soon. Those of you in DFW, you're fine. There's nothing imminent in any stretch of the imagination. And otherwise, we'll just be keeping a very close eye on this activity. We'll be back here in about 7 minutes at 3:35 p.m. with your next severe weather update. But again, we're monitoring a few hailstorms right now. We have a thunderstorm moving into southern Oklahoma. We have a thunderstorm that's north of Nocona. We have a thunderstorm coming up to Highway 287 near Dick Worsham and Henrietta. Again, that storm could be dropping very large hail right now. And then we have a third storm that is about 6 to 7 miles north of Jacksboro, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. All these storms do have the potential to produce large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. We do note the Weather Service in Norman has just issued a tornado warning for this thunderstorm moving out of the Nocona region up into southern Oklahoma. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, that is moving away from Texas up into parts of Love County, Oklahoma. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with your next Texas severe weather update, sooner if necessary. No tornado warnings, nothing anywhere near DFW right now. We're doing okay for now. We'll be back at 3:35 p.m. Right, it's 3:35 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is Monday, the 19th of May, 2025. I shared a indication from the National Weather Service in Norman just a few minutes ago on the screen. They indicate the threat of a few tornadoes may be increasing here across parts of western North Texas into southern Oklahoma, with these storms coming in out of the Jacksboro to Henrietta area. We'll see. But so far, these storms are not showing indications of going tornadic. We are monitoring the thunderstorms that do continue to develop. That storm north of Gainesville near Windstar in Thackerville, Oklahoma, has gone severe as it's moving up into Oklahoma. We might have a wee bit of hail just northeast of Gainesville with that as it continues its journey to the northeast. Otherwise, we are going to keep watching satellite and radar indications for new signs of storm development farther to the south along the dry line. So far, we're not seeing anything south of Highway 380. which is why those of you in DFW aren't having to deal with anything in the short term. But we do think those of you in Wise County, Decatur, and Gainesville will have storms in your area by 5 p.m. And after that, we may have some of those storms move closer to Denton County by, 5:30 to 6 p.m. Otherwise, we are going to be monitoring these storms as they continue to organize, but at this point, we're not seeing any indications of substantial low-level rotation. We are seeing indications of hail. We're seeing indications of hail right now approaching Newport there in southern Clay County / southwestern Monte County. And that storm is making a beeline for Bowie. So those of you in Bowie and Monte County, you're going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning shortly as that thunderstorm moves to the northeast. We're seeing very large hail indications near Dick Worsham. That storm will be making its way up towards Ringgold again, crossing over Highway 81 before it moves into southern Oklahoma. And then the storm that had a tornado warning in Texas earlier has now moved north into Oklahoma. That's generally on a beeline for the Ardmore area. That has a tornado warning with that thunderstorm. So we're doing okay for now, honestly. We're still in the development phase. We have no tornado warnings. There's nothing imminent in DFW. And these storms continue to move northeast. We do have storm chasers out and about, and we're keeping a close eye on things. But again, at some point, we may uptick here and have an uptick in the threat of maybe a few tornado warnings. There is nothing imminent in DFW. Again, Decatur to Gainesville, maybe by 5 to 5:30 p.m., and we may have some stuff approaching Denton by 6 p.m. But at this point, nothing for Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Fort Worth, or Dallas, unless we see storms fire up farther south on the dry line down here to Highway 180 or Interstate 20. So what we're going to do is we're here. We're just not talking a lot right now. We're going to be back again with another update at about 3:45 p.m. And if something happens before then, we will return. But again, once we get a tornado warning, we will be doing continuous severe weather coverage. And here's hoping we don't get any tornado warnings. So we'll be back here at 3:45 with continuing updates on the Texas weather situation. Join us in the chat rooms if you haven't already, and thanks for watching us here on the Texas Storm Chasers. All right, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is Monday, the 19th of May, 2025. We're keeping an eye on a couple of scattered thunderstorms across areas of western North Texas this afternoon. We have a severe thunderstorm that is approaching Ringgold right now. I'm going to actually turn off that loop. We're going to switch over to the high res radar. Maybe if it loads. You can see that thunderstorm right now is east of 287. It's east of Dick Worsham, east of Henrietta, north of Bellevue. This storm's heading off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. The Weather Service indicating this does have the potential to produce tennis ball size hail. So we could have some very large hail right now falling on Highway 82 east of Henrietta, west of Ringgold. So keep an eye out for that. And again, that storm is not a tornado threat. I guess technically it does say tornado possible, so maybe I shouldn't jinx it. But
A new severe
it's
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jack,
well,
Montague,
actually, you
and
know
Wise
what?
County in Texas.
Give me just a second. I'm looking at some other data on this. I'm about to stick my foot in my mouth, probably. Let me show you what this storm looks like from the Frederick radar. That's what it looks like. We do note the hail indicators on this are going nuts right now. What I was just looking at was a look at the mid-level rotation from the Fort Worth radar. And this is what we're seeing from the Fort Worth radar. You can see a very strong mid-level mesocyclone. But with this, we're also looking at about 9,000 feet above the surface. So we're not looking in the low levels of the storm. One reason I was not as confident about the threat of a tornado with this is that it's traversing rain-cooled air from the storm earlier, which is up southwest of Ardmore now. We do note the radar thinks this thing's got really big hail with it. We're keeping a close eye on this storm approaching Bowie. It's right up Highway 59. Our storm chaser, Jenny Brown, there is saying that this storm is still a bit high-based, not really showing any indications of strong low-level rotation right now, but it's the best thing we got right now in terms of storm structure. It's out by itself. It has nothing impeding its warm inflow from the southeast. So we're going to keep a close eye on it as it moves off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. That is going to ride up Highway 59. Those of you in Bowie, get ready for maybe some golf ball size hail. If it continues, it's going to make it up into Montague, and then by about 4:45 p.m., it'll be approaching Highway 82 from near Nakona to St. Joe. If it turns right at all and organizes a little more into low levels, it may move closer to St. Joe and Munster. But again, this storm could have golf ball size hail right up Highway 59. It'll be in Bowie probably by 4 to 4:05 p.m., and it's going to continue moving off northeast at 35 miles an hour. This storm that is currently approaching Ringgold here at Highway 81 and Highway 82 has the potential for what could be, I'm going to go ahead and say it now, probably baseball-sized hail, at least, showing some very strong indications of hail. We could be getting some very strong winds with this thunderstorm as well. The storm's moving northeast at about 30. It'll be crossing over Ringgold shortly, so y'all get to be our little guinea pigs here and tell us just how big the hail is. And that activity will continue moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour, and that will eventually also move into southern portions of Oklahoma. So, another thing to note, we're starting to see some bubbles down here closer to Highway 180, west of Mineral Wells out here in Palo Pinto County. I'm going to turn on the very high-res satellite, and I'm going to switch us to a product called Day Cloud Phase Detection. Now, this is going to look kind of dark on y'all's end, but what we're looking at here is towering thunderstorm clouds. You could see, if I loop this over the last half hour, you're going to see we're starting to see more vertical growth. And this is a good way to tell if the cap is about to break down here. Now, give me just a second. We'll get this data to load, but you can see how these clouds are getting taller and taller. We're transitioning from the blue colors to more of the green. That indicates those clouds are getting taller, and you can see we're starting to get some thunderheads developing here. This could be a sign we're almost at the point of the cap breaking from Eastland County to Eastern Stevens County to Young County again. We do note that updraft going up near Olney as well. This could be an indicator we're about to see some new thunderstorm development down here east of the Highway 283, or excuse me, 183 line as this activity slowly pushes towards Jack County, Palo Pinto County, and Erath County. So we're going to need to watch that carefully since that activity would be more of a threat to parts of western North Texas. So it also is worth noting for those of you note keepers, the Weather Service has now confirmed a total of at least 5 tornadoes from yesterday's storms in western North Texas. We had an EF1 in Gordon. We have a tornado southeast of Santo, an EF0 south of Santo, a EF0 in Santo, and an EF0 near Morton Valley. Most of those are either in Palo Pinto or Eastland County. So, unfortunately, just the areas we were talking about. So that's from the storms yesterday. But again, here we are looking at storms ongoing up here in western North Texas. And again, these are hailers. The potential for very large hail in places like Bowie in the next 15 to 20 minutes. That's going to ride up Highway 59 towards Montague and then eventually parts of St. Joe. We could have baseball-sized hail about to fall in Ringgold up here at the Highway 81 to 82 intersection, just south of Terrell, Oklahoma. That'll be moving up towards Grady, Orr, and Courtney, Oklahoma over the next several minutes. And again, we're starting to see some new bubbles pop up out here. One west of Mineral Wells, one northwest of Graham. And we're going to have to watch that activity closely. So, what we're going to do now is, as this activity continues to develop, we note folks here in Wise County. I'll just draw a line out here. Folks out here, by 5 to 6, 7 p.m., heads up. The potential may exist for some of those storms to make it into your region. So, we're going to keep a close eye on this. And we're going to be back here at 4 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. Sooner if necessary. And remember, if we have any tornado warnings or we start going crazy, we'll begin our live continuous severe weather coverage. But for now, we're just keeping an eye on the sky and also hope to alleviate some of y'all's anxiety about what's going on and just keep you up to date. So we'll be back here in about 7 minutes with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. Hello, hello. It's a brand new day. It's actually still Monday, the 19th of May. Yes, I can rhyme. Yes, I do. Sometimes I don't want to. Boo hoo hoo. As we take a look at the radar and satellite over the last several minutes, you can see we are starting to see new thunderstorm development occur back into Young County, out northwest of Graham. We're starting to see a few blips down here in western Palo Pinto, eastern Stevens, and Eastland County. In fact, we'll take a look at this little bippity boppity boo trying to get itself going down here. We got one tower trying to go up there, very near Ranger. Poor Larry. You got a couple of blips trying to go up here in eastern parts of Stevens County up into Young County, and then this new storm going up near Olney. Now, this activity is nothing right now. A few raindrops, if that. I'm simply pointing out we're keeping an eye on some activity that is attempting to develop. Our main storm of interest right now is probably going to be the storm that is near Bowie as it moves up Highway 59 quickly. This thunderstorm definitely has a little more organization to it now, but we have storm chasers there. There's very light rotation with it. There's nothing that is even close to being imminently tornadic. They've reported struggling with outflow, which means there's a lot of cold air being pushed out by the thunderstorm that's disrupting the attempts of low-level organization. And that's good news, because we don't want this thing to organize. We don't want to have to listen to me do tornado coverage. Y'all don't want to have to listen to your phones go yippity-yappity-boo for the next hour. But, yeah, there is some mid-level rotation with this thunderstorm. I say mid-level because we're actually looking up pretty high in the thunderstorm. The radar's in South Fort Worth, so we're looking at about 6,000 to 500 feet above the ground, which is not in the low levels, it's the mid-levels of the thunderstorm. And using the storm motion vector, you can see we got a lot of wind being pushed out by the thunderstorm. probably about 40-mile-an-hour winds being pushed out by the storm, and then like 10 going into the storm. So that's not something that's particularly concerning in the rotation department right now. But the storm itself does have an interesting reflectivity structure. You can see hail core north of Bowie right now, probably traveling up Highway 59 towards the community of Montague here at the intersection of 175 and 59. You can see we do have a little bit of an inflow appendage down here near Bowie right now, but again, this storm is not organized in the low levels right now. We don't have any indications. A lot of outflow, so that's, good news. In fact, here is the picture of it right now. This is from Bowie, just taken by storm chaser Alex Bartholomew. And you can see that this storm itself, again, kind of a coldish look. You see a lot of mammatus-like clouds up here. We call it a whale's mouth, the backside of a shelf cloud typically. You see a lot of cold air outflow being pushed out. But this storm, again, we'll keep an eye on it. It's severe. I don't want you to get that impression that it's not worth talking about. It is. This thing's probably dropping golf ball size hail north of Bowie right now. And then itself is going to be moving up Highway 59 quickly towards the community of Montague. And eventually, this will be crossing Highway 82 between Nakona, Bonita, and St. Joe. So those of you on 82 from Nakona to St. Joe, you're going to be getting in on probably some golf ball size hail in the next 20 minutes. So by 4:25 p.m. Back southwest, again, you can see if I were to switch this over to the Echo Top, you can see we do have a few storms trying to go up here. Northeast of Newcastle, north of Graham, you can see we have a top of about 40,000 feet there. Northwest of Grayford, just north of Possum Kingdom Lake, you can see we've got a little attempt at about 25,000 feet. And then down here in eastern Eastland County, we've actually got an attempt at 40,000 feet. None of these are even producing rain to the ground yet or cloud-to-ground lightning, but we're going to need to watch it carefully because for what it's worth, if that storm down here, say near Desdemona, or this shower, southwest of Gordon, develops, it would move northeast towards Mineral Wells and then up towards portions of Jack and Wise counties. So we're just going to have to watch it carefully. Back out here in eastern North Texas, we do note a couple of showers and maybe some lightning strikes out here. This activity, there may be some small hail now with it, but it's not doing anything severe. Some brief cloud-to-ground lightning, brief round of heavy rain, and maybe some pea-size hail with that. Otherwise, a couple showers down here from near Hillsboro to west of Waco. We'll keep an eye on that as well, but nothing over here is even remotely close to being super intense. So, with that being said, we're just going to keep an eye on this. Storms are moving northeast quickly. There are no tornado warnings in the state of Texas. We're nowhere near to even needing tornado warnings, and that's good. One thing we may have to ponder, and I mentioned this in my morning video, there are a couple different solutions that could verify out here. These storms may have fired a little too early. Typically, the later in the afternoon, towards dinner time, we get that low-level jet a few thousand feet above the surface increases as we start to lose the sun. We see the low levels of the atmosphere, what's called decouple, and we're able to see a bit of an uptick in the winds a few thousand feet above the ground. If you're taking off or landing at night, you might notice that, how it can be very bumpy and windy until you're about 1,000 feet above the ground or so, and then suddenly the wind just quits at times. That's called, well, that's what we're talking about here, that low-level jet. So because these fired up earlier, we may not have a whole lot of low-level wind shear yet, which is why these storms are behaving relatively compared to, dropping tornadoes and all that nonsense. So, note to self, I've got a hailstorm coming my way. That's unfortunate for me, but we'll keep an eye on these storms. We're going to keep an eye on this Bowie storm especially. It's probably the most organized one we have right now, right up Highway 59 towards Montague. Here at 59 and 175, it'll be there by 4:15. That'll be crossing Highway 82 from Nakona to Bonita to St. Joe by 4:25, and then continuing its rapid northeastward push towards Leon, Oklahoma. You can see we have multiple thunderstorms underway here in southern Oklahoma, and parts of central and eastern Oklahoma as well. So, with additional thunderstorms expected to develop out here in North Texas this afternoon, we're going to be keeping an eye on the sky. We'll be back here at 4:15 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update. But again, those of you in Decatur to Gainesville, you may have storms in your area by 5 to 5:30 p.m. Denton, if this stuff west of Mineral Wells is able to develop, it may make it your way by 6 p.m. We'll keep an eye on the sky. Hope you'll do the same. And we'll be back here in about 8 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. I'm extremely happy to let you know one of our moderators, Larry, who ended up almost having a tornado hit his place out in the eastern part of Eastland County yesterday, has a nice clean stack of underwear on his desk now that there's a nice storm going up near him again. So we're ready this time. Oh, yeah, I deserve that. Yeah, I deserve that indeed. All right, so let's talk about what we have going on. We've got a couple of storms. I'm just waiting for my moderator chat to explode over here. We got a couple of storms that are producing large hail, heavy rain, and some strong winds out here across portions of northern Montague County and parts of eastern Clay County. This line of storms is moving off to the northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour with quarter to golf ball, even tennis ball size hail. Localized damaging wind gusts over 65 miles an hour in heavy rain. Good news is these storms have not really been able to do any sort of low-level organization, so we're not dealing with tornado issues with this right now, which makes Baldy a very happy boy. We are seeing new thunderstorm development occur now, though. We've got a new storm going up pretty quickly north of Graham. That's been the general area they've been firing up this afternoon, so that'll probably end up moving towards Henrietta, Highway 287 as well. Dick Worsham, and y'all are going to get some hail out of that again probably, but we also note we have a storm firing up south of Gordon, north of Huckabee, in northern Erath County. That is of note because that, if it develops, would likely say hello to parts of DFW over the next hour or two. Now, that storm hasn't even produced cloud-to-ground lightning yet. It is still trying to develop. Same thing with a little shower here over Graham, but it goes to show we are starting to see some development attempts across western sections of DFW, and if those fire up, they would be an issue for DFW, with maybe a hail threat and some strong winds. But at this point, again, we have no tornado warnings in Texas. I think what's happened here is these storms fired up a little too early. Typically, if we see storms fire up around 4 to 5 p.m., they're able to better tap into increasing low-level wind shear around dinner time. But I think because these fired up so early, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., I think we've had them push out some rain-cooled air, especially this activity up here. And at least so far, I just don't think we have much low-level wind shear that these storms are able to tap into, and that's why we're dealing with hail. We're dealing with some wind. That's not to say they're not dangerous. They got hail, they got wind, they got big hail at times, but at this point, we're just not seeing any indications of organized low-level rotation, which is good. Now, does that mean the threat for tornadoes is zero? No. Like I said, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens with some of these new storms firing up, and we'll see what happens with storms as we continue over the next few hours, as an uptick in low-level wind shear will occur as we get towards 6 to 7 p.m., but for now, we're not doing too bad, though I would say the threat of maybe some storms in western DFW is increasing now over the next hour, as we see some thunderstorm activity fire up in far southern Palo Pinto County, northern Erath County, and hopefully Larry is able to keep his pile of clean underwear clean on his desk versus having to, utilize them for cover like he did yesterday with a tornado passing within a quarter mile of his house. So, Larry's one of our moderators, by the way. I'm just giving him grief because it's kind of fun to give the moderators grief from time to time. We love our moderators. It's fun. So, anyway, the good news is those of you in DFW, you don't have any issues right now. The not so good news is you need to watch these storms developing off to your west, as if they materialize, they may bring some hail and wind into DFW over the next 2 to 3 hours. So for now, you're fine. Keep an eye on what's going on out west, though, because whatever's there will come in and say, hello, I'm going to drop some hail on you, and wind and rain. Otherwise, again, those of you in Bonita to St. Joe, you could have golf ball size hail falling on Highway 82 in the next few minutes. And then that storm may clip far northwestern Cook County near Marysville before moving into Oklahoma. We're probably going to get some hail firing up out of this storm near Olney, south of Archer City, moving towards Windthorst again. And then otherwise, probably, if we're going to deal with any sort of a sustained tornado threat at all over the next few hours, it might be with any of these cells that are starting to develop in western North Texas. But again, right now the tornado threat is definitely low. Hail, wind, lightning, the main threat. There's nothing in DFW, and at this point, I'd say at least the next hour, y'all are okay unless something fires up magically in DFW. Otherwise, this activity from Hillsborough to Highway 80 near Fruitvale, those are just showers with some lightning strikes, maybe a pea-sized hail. Severe storms, we're not doing that with that activity, it looks like. So otherwise, again, looking at the dry line, you can see we've got a thunderstorm trying to go up here in northern Erath County, some more activity firing up in Young County, and otherwise the dry line's looking pretty capped down here. Brownwood to Brady, notice that towering cumulus we had earlier is looking a little less impressive. So we'll just have to wait and see, but it definitely makes sense for the best chance of storms over the next several hours to be relatively pretty much north of Highway 67, if not Interstate 20. So we'll keep an eye on things, and we're going to be back here at 4:30 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. Y'all in the chat, you just got the info on what we're expecting over the next while. Those of you, be kind, help us out, answer some of the questions for folks who are coming in now asking what I just answered, because that's just how the internet works. So we'll be back at 4:30 with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. Happy birthday, Larry.
Has been issued for Archer and Clay County in Texas.
By the way, folks, in case I should probably make this clear, it's not really Larry's birthday. I'm just giving him grief. To be fair, my birthday's in 11 days, so poor Larry.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook and Montague County in Texas. hail storm report from 4 miles east of Nakona in Montague County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.75 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, golf ball sized hail poured east of Nakona.
All right, 4:30 p.m. here on the 19th of May, 2025. We have thunderstorms impacting parts of Texoma this afternoon, with some of these storms producing Woo! Nelly, that was a close lightning strike. Apparently, I'm getting attacked by lightning now. That was unfortunate. The audio muting software probably took that out for y'all, but that was close. So if I suddenly disappear, it's probably because the power got taken out by lightning or something. But we do have scattered thunderstorms currently impacting portions of Texoma and North Texas. At this point, there's nothing going on here in DFW, and it doesn't look like anything's going to be going on in DFW for a while. The closest storms that are really doing anything extend from near St. Joe to Montague, up near Bonita, up on Highway 82. And then down to the southwest, we've got storms with hail producing, storms producing hail on Highway 281 south of Windthirst. Those storms are moving northeast, almost like a train on a train tracks. They just keep moving over the same areas. They're not really making any progress off to the east. Storm that tried to go up here in parts of Eastland County did not succeed. It's failed. You can see that intensity's decreased. We'll keep an eye on it, but we'll just have to wait. The good news is we don't have a whole lot to talk about right now, and that's always good news. A lot of storms up in Oklahoma and then Kansas, but for us right now, we're kind of at the tail end of this, and we just haven't had anything going on in terms of noticeable developments over the last 30 minutes. No organized low-level rotation with these storms, and at this point, we're just keeping an eye on things, helping folks realize they're not about to get hit by tornadoes generally. So DFW, again, there's nothing near y'all right now, and it doesn't look like there's anything imminent. We'll just have to watch to the west and see if anything else fires up, and it very well may. It's only 4:30, so we still got a few hours yet to several hours yet, and we'll keep an eye on things. But until then, the only storms of note are currently from near Windthirst, south of Scotland, east of Archer City, up to Bonita, Nakona, and parts of Clay and Montague counties, and those are producing large hail. So we'll be back here at about 4:40 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update, assuming my equipment doesn't get taken out by the rather nasty thunderstorm currently attacking my location. So we'll be back here in about 7 minutes. If the stream suddenly goes out, well, it's probably because the lightning hit something valuable. So we'll be back.
Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, order size hail and high winds in Spanish board.
Hello, hello. It's a brand new day. It's 4:40 p.m. on this, the 19th of May. We are monitoring a couple of severe thunderstorms now, extending roughly from near Windthirst in eastern portions of Archer County into Clay County, up towards Bonita, north of St. Joe, there in Montague County. Weather Service in Norman seems to want to play tornado warnings on this every time one of these storms from Texas cross into Oklahoma, but we note apparently softball-sized hail was just reported north of Bonita with this thunderstorm. So the Weather Service just confirmed apparently this thunderstorm. Let me see if we can't get this thing to let me pull up the notes. At 4:34 p.m., hail of softball size, 4.5 diameter inch, 4.5 inch diameter, whatever. Hail was reported 7 miles north of St. Joe. So apparently, this thunderstorm has produced softball-size hail in the last several minutes north of St. Joe. It goes to show you, we've been saying, you know what, golf ball? Well, guess what? You get softball instead. So there you go. Unfortunately, these storms, while they may not be rather obnoxious, seems to be quite obnoxious at times, with softball-size hail now reported in the last several minutes north of St. Joe in northern Montague County. Well, guess what? You got another hail alert coming in from your southwest. We got another round. This is like round 4. This is going to be coming in out of the Archer County area, moving through Clay County. And, yeah, once again, this storm moving up like a train on the train tracks up towards Dickerson and Ringgold. Y'all are going to get flooding at this rate. But again, this storm is moving off to the northeast at about 30, or I'm sorry, they've got to move in northeast at 60. So we're going to say 40, 50, maybe even 60 miles an hour. And this storm could bring yet another round of hail to those of you across Montague County. So Dickerson down to Bellevue, Stoneburg, Ringgold, Belcherville, Nakona, Bonita. You just had one storm move through with golf ball to softball size hail. And now you're going to get another round. This one's going to be round, 4 at this point? Coming in out of the southwest, riding up. And it's hailing. Why is it hailing here? How rude. So heads up, those of you in Nakona to Bonita, another round of storms coming in. Outside of that, guess what? We don't have anything else going on right now. We do have a few attempts at blips on the radar in Jack County and Palo Pinto County, but otherwise, we're doing okay right now. We're not really dealing with any tornado issues. We're dealing with hail. Again, we just had softball-sized hail north of St. Joe up here, northeast of Nakona. And those storms are moving northeast into southern Oklahoma. So, with that being said, is DFW going to get anything? Yeah, I can't rule it out. It's only 4:40, but at this point, there's nothing imminent. There's nothing heading towards DFW, which means for at least the next hour, y'all should be fine. We'll keep an eye on it, though. We'll see if we have any storms develop out here west of the Metroplex, and if they do, well, we'll deal with it. But for now, showers in northeast Texas, parts of central Texas, east Texas, nothing bad happening with that. There's hail hitting my window, and we're just going to keep an eye on things as we continue to deal with thunderstorms here in parts of North Texas. We'll be back here at 4:55 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. Hello, hello. It's a brand new day. It's 4:55 p.m. on this Monday, the 19th of May. Yes, I'm very proud of the rhymes I make. And hey, if you want to send me a coffee dollar or two, that's all right with me. Boy, am I clearly tired, right? It's been a few days. If you were watching last night, you knew we were busy and I was also dying by mucus, but yeah, I am feeling a bit better today. Thank you. I'm finally on the climb out of that little nightmare of allergies. We're monitoring a couple of thunderstorms right now. At this point, they're all, way far northwest of DFW. There's nothing in DFW right now, minus some rain. And there's no imminent issues for DFW anytime soon, in all honesty. What we are going to be watching is for these thunderstorms up northwest of DFW. We've got a severe storm right now crossing over Highway 148 for like the fifth time today. This is going to be about
County in Texas.
20 miles south of Henrietta on Highway 148. Like every other storm today, this one's moving east-northeast at about 40 to 50 to 60 miles an hour towards Bellevue. This will be staying a bit north of the earlier storm, although I almost wonder if we just had a supercell split occur up here. It almost kind of looks like that, right? Where we have one of these storms split off and turn more north, and then this southward storm turns off a little more east. That'll have to be something we watch for, but Storm Chaser Jenny Brown is up here. She reports cold north winds well ahead of this storm. The storm's back in a rain-cooled air mass because we've had like 4 other severe storms move over the same area since 2 p.m. So this is not any sort of a tornado threat in the short term. But we're going to watch it carefully. There's clearly an ample amount of instability still in place. We still got plenty of wind shear. So we'll keep an eye on it. But again, short-term concern will be the potential golf ball size hail, maybe tennis ball size hail with this thunderstorm as it approaches Highway 287 around Bellevue down to areas just north of Bowie over the next 30 minutes as the storm continues to move northeast. And eventually, it's probably going to move into Montague County, bringing Montague County yet another round of golf ball to tennis ball size hail. And the storm's moving northeast. Weather Service says it's moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So again, Nacona to St. Joe, another hailer coming in probably by about 5:45 p.m. Not really worried about tornadoes with this storm right now. It's in a rain-cooled air mass. Otherwise, the other storm that dropped softball size hail here north of Nacona and north of St. Joe is now in Love County, Oklahoma, dropping baseball-sized hail near Leon, moving northeast. We note the Weather Service is tornado warned that. They've got a couple other tornado warnings up here in Oklahoma. Otherwise, the good news is we have no indications of any sort of severe weather impacting the Metroplex for at least the next hour or two. And if we don't see any storms fire up down here, well, DFW is not going to get anything. But it's also only 5 p.m. We still got another 3 hours at least of potential storm development we need to watch for. Today's kind of a bit of an off-putting day in the sense that storms fired early up here northwest of DFW. So everyone's like, oh, where's the storms? Well, if none fire farther south, y'all aren't going to get any. But it's also only 5 p.m. We need to get through at least 8 to 9 p.m. before we can say for sure we're done. We still got towering cumulus back out here on the dry line. You could see from west of Mineral Wells down to Brownwood. We have some bubbles still out here, especially along and north of Highway 180, north of Interstate 20. So, we'll see. We still got a couple more hours of heating yet and a couple more hours of potential storm development. And that's what we're going to have to watch for carefully. And that's what we're going to be doing. So, otherwise, short-term potential over the next 30 to 60 minutes, unless new storms develop, will continue to be the potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail with yet another storm about to move over places like Bellevue, Stoneburg, Bowie, Montague, up to Nacona, Bonita, St. Joe, and then up towards northern Montague County, and then that'll move towards Ardmore, Oklahoma as well. So that's what we're looking at over the next little while. If we don't have any new storms fire up south, well, guess what? Nothing's going to happen to DFW, but we need to make sure of that over the next few hours, because if anything fires up over Graham to Breckenridge down to Mineral Wells, that would probably be an issue for Decatur and Denton. So we'll just keep an eye on the trends over the next little while, but the cap continues to hold for now. I can't say for sure that it will break. If it doesn't break, hey, it's going to be a great evening out there, even if it's more humid than the Gulf. If the cap breaks, well, guess what? We're going to have more storms to talk about here in the next few hours. So, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a bit of a longer break here. We're just going to keep an eye on storms. We'll be back here at 5:15 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. But again, current issues are confined to Clay County, moving towards Montague County, where we'll probably get another severe thunderstorm warning here soon. We'll keep an eye on things. We'll be with you in the chat rooms, and we'll keep an eye on the sky with you. We'll be back here in 15 minutes, sooner if needed. All right, 5:15. This is a video coming in now from Storm Chaser Jenny Brown. This is going to be on the storm approaching Highway 287 near Bellevue, northwest of Bowie. You can see it's got some scary looking clouds to it, maybe a little bit of rotation. Otherwise, you can see a lot of rain, a lot of hail coming with that thunderstorm as it moves off to the east, northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So that's the severe thunderstorm that is currently approaching Highway 287 near Bellevue and Bowie. We'll take a look at that using the high-res radar out of Fort Worth. Give it just a second to upload the updated scan, and there you go. This is the thunderstorm near Bellevue to Bowie. And, you know, I'm not saying it looks like any sort of imminent low-level rotation. It doesn't, but, yeah, it's a storm. More rain, more hail for y'all in Montague County and eastern parts of Clay County. That thunderstorm's moving off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour, meaning those of you in Ringgold, Belcherville, Stoneburg, Bellevue, Bowie, Montague, probably over to Nakona, and maybe Bonita, will have the potential to produce yet another round of hail, another round of very heavy rain with these thunderstorms as they move northeast, like a train on the train tracks. So they're not really making any progress to the east. They're just, well, essentially getting pushed off to the northeast. We've got a couple showers here in the Metroplex. These are not severe. They're not going to be severe, but they are going to be capable of producing a quick round of moderate rainfall. As you can see, maybe if the archive will load, I might have to reset the radar. Yeah, give me a second, I'll just reset it. We'll get that loaded back here for you. You'll see these showers moving across parts of North Texas, East Texas, Northeast Texas. These are not severe. They're not going to be severe. They're producing some cloud-to-ground lightning, some brief heavy rain, maybe some pea-sized hail. And otherwise, this activity is gone. Dunzo. It's not doing anything. It's not going to be severe. We're watching out west here in western North Texas. You can see our main little line now. And we kind of got a little line from northern parts of Jack County up into eastern Clay County, Montague County, from north of German to Bellevue to Ringgold and Stoneburg to Belcherville and Nakona. And that activity is just like a train on the train tracks moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. So again, at this point, nothing for DFW. There's nothing severe. There's nothing even remotely capable of producing hail, tornadoes, damaging winds, etc. We just got some showers moving in from Midlothian to Cedar Hill. Technically, they're thunderstorms now. They do have cloud-to-ground lightning. They're moving off to the northeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. As that continues, well, some showers. Otherwise, here's a view looking across the state. I'll put the radar on as well. You can see we've got a lot of wind out here in West Texas. We got blowing dust. We got winds over 55 to 60 miles an hour out of the west. This is west of the dry line. This is just the upper level storm system arriving with some more lift. You can see increasing cumulus upper level clouds here in western Oklahoma. So as this continues to push east, we may see some thunderstorm activity increase out here in western North Texas over the next 2 hours as this upper level lift arrives. So that's why we're still keeping an eye on activity out here in western North Texas, just to see if we're going to see any development occur out here. You can see we've got some towering cumulus down the dry line all the way toward Brown County. And then we've got a few attempts at development out here again in Palo Pinto County now. You can see that one attempt near Gordon earlier didn't succeed. It dissipated. Now we have another area of towering cumulus going up here around Gordon once again. I'm not hopeful that it's going to develop, but we'll keep an eye on it. Otherwise, you can see we have seen some uptick in thunderstorm development here in far eastern Young County and western parts of Jack County. Otherwise, the only storms we're dealing with right now in North Texas will continue to be the ones that move northeast up into Montague County with the threat of damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning. If this activity west of the Metroplex, west of Mineral Wells, develops, that would bring the chance for some strong to severe storms in the DFW over the next few hours. As it stands now, there is no severe weather threat in Denton, Collin, Dallas, or Tarrant counties in the short term. And if we don't see new storms develop out here to the west over the next 2 hours, there won't be an issue. But we'll have to keep an eye on this activity out in Clay and Montague County. If it ends up turning more to the east like this, that would bring it into parts of northern DFW over the next few hours with a damaging wind and hail threat. Otherwise, for now, we're just here, honestly, to keep y'all updated. I know a lot of folks have storm anxiety after yesterday, and so that's why we're here. We're just keeping you updated. Normally, I'll be honest, I would even be here doing live coverage for this, or live updates. This would just be something I'd be, eating Chipotle over, being like, that's interesting. But we're keeping y'all updated, and that's why we're here, giving you updates through the afternoon and evening. We're doing good right now. We've had big hail out here in Montague County. We had softball-size hail a bit earlier. With earlier storms that have been moving across this area. We've got severe storms in southern and southeastern Oklahoma. We got severe storms in eastern Oklahoma up into Kansas City, western Missouri. But us in Texas, again, we're on the tail end of this. And so far, besides hail, strong winds out here from Archer City, Olney, out northeast to Bellevue, Bowie, Montague, to St. Joe, up into Ardmore, Oklahoma. Y'all are having to deal with it. The rest of us, it's just a really hot and humid day. And then it's windy in West Texas with blowing dust. But, again, as the upper-level storm system arrives from the west, we can't rule out a couple of isolated storms developing a little farther south to Highway 180, and that's what we'll be keeping an eye on for any sort of issues in DFW this evening. For now, though, there's nothing going on. But we'll keep an eye on it. So we're going to be back here at about 5:40 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. We'll take a quick look from storm chaser Alex Bartholomew. He's up on these storms as they progress off to the south, or off to the east. And again, he is probably very near Bowie right now, looking northwest. In fact, he is probably near Fruitland, if I recall my locations right. I've actually chased here before. I remember that gas station, and then I remember these old abandoned buildings off the east side of 287. So there you go. That's your shelf cloud. There's your hail and rain in the background, and just some folks keep an eye on the storms. And again, no indications of low-level rotation, no issues with tornadoes, just we're watching storms. So that's what we're going to do. We'll be back here at 5:40 with your next Texas Severe Weather Update sooner if something breaks. But again, you know what? We're in pretty good shape right now. We got some hail and wind up in Montague County. And that's it. Nothing near DFW right now. So we'll be back at 5:40 sooner if something happens. Otherwise, enjoy the music and we'll keep an eye on the sky. right, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's Monday, the 19th of May, 2025. We're monitoring a couple areas of showers and thunderstorms this afternoon in Texas, but overall, we're doing pretty well compared to what we could be doing. We have no tornadoes. We have no tornado warnings. We have nothing that is even remotely close to being tornadic in nature in the state of Texas right now, which is a blessing. We do have some thunderstorms that are producing quite a bit of a ruckus right now. Those thunderstorms extend from northwest of Jacksboro on Highway 281 up towards Newport, Bellevue, Bowie, Stoneburg, up towards Belcherville, Nocona, Bonita, and St. Joe. This thunderstorm activity is moving off generally to the northeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour, kind of like a train on a train tracks. It's not making much eastward progress. We do know we are seeing signs of some new thunderstorm development a little further south now along this dry line boundary. You can see that towering cumulus becoming more robust and some updraft activity trying to go up. We've got a new storm that just shot off its first cloud-to-ground lightning strike here in southwestern Jack County, south of Bryson and south of Highway 380. That's east of Graham. Excuse me. That thunderstorm, it's going to move off to the east-northeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, and this could be the beginning of what may end up being a little farther southward shift in some of this thunderstorm activity. I'm going to shift us over to the high-res radar. You can see that there, that new updraft, that new thunderstorm going up. I'm going to turn the satellite back on, but I'm going to switch us over to a different product called Day Cloud Phase Depiction. Now, because we're starting to get a lower sun angle, it's going to make the background look really dark, but I'm going to loop this just over the last half hour. And I'll even turn the radar off so you can see what we're looking at. You can see that the storms up, you know, Bowie, Nocona, those are your really well-developed thunderstorms, really tall anvil clouds. There we go. And now you can see that we've got that ongoing now southeast of Graham, south of Bryson, southwest of Jacksboro. And that's going to be your developing thunderstorm activity now south of Highway 380 into southern Jack County. So it's worth noting, if that actually does continue to develop, that could pose a threat to places like Jacksboro and Decatur, especially if those storms start turning a little more to the east. Otherwise, you can see we have some shallow cumulus extending down to Interstate 20 and Highway 180. We have no development underway right now around Brad or Metcalf Gap or Strong, but at this point, we can't rule out some of that activity attempting to develop. Now, let's take a look at some of this activity that is a little farther to the east, and I'll switch us back over to the traditional colors. We'll just let this loop, and I'm going to knock this loop back to a half hour. And you can see what we are starting to see are some what we call streamer showers develop from near Hillsboro to Waxahachie to Dallas to Plano and Lucas. Now, some of these are shooting off some cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. And we're going to keep an eye on them just in case. They are in an environment that if they were to intensify, they could support some low-level rotation, but at the same time, I don't think that's a high probability. Still, some cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, maybe some lightning. That's what cloud-to-ground lightning strikes are. Small hail, brief heavy rain. Nothing about this is severe right now. Hillsboro to Midlothian to Dallas to Lucas. Nothing severe, but we'll watch this activity just in case something out here does manage to form and become organized. But right now, that doesn't look like it's happening. We're watching this activity up here in western North Texas from southwest of Jacksboro up north into the Bowie and Nocona area. So that's what we're watching. And again, we have some new storms starting to develop southwest of Jacksboro. Those, if they develop, could bring a bit of a hail threat and wind threat to parts of Jack and Wise counties, Jacksboro and Decatur, over the next hour. Otherwise, these storms up from Newport to Bowie to Monte to Bonita continue moving northeast with a threat of large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. There is not an issue with tornadoes with that activity. And otherwise, it really doesn't look like we're getting anything south of Interstate 20. You can see there's really no attempts at convective initiation or storm development with really the only signs of that right now in Jack County, north of Highway 180. So we'll keep an eye on things. But again, DFW, you've got some thunderstorms now in Collin, Dallas, Ellis counties. If one of those streamer showers was able to develop into a well-organized storm, it being an area favorable for low-level rotation, but I don't really think that's going to be something we have to deal with today. Can I completely rule it out? No, because that would taunt Mother Nature, and Mother Nature would find a way to make it happen, but for now, it's not something that is super high on the list of issues I think we're going to have to deal with. Otherwise, you can see we got storms in southern Oklahoma, a line now really extending from near Bellevue, Montague, Bowie, up towards Ardmore, Oklahoma, to Schmingo, Oklahoma, Coolgate, Oklahoma, to just south of McAllister, Oklahoma, where there's a thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado moving across Highway 69/75. Otherwise, storms extend into Arkansas, Missouri, eastern Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa. We are on the tail end of this, and really, we're not doing bad right now. We're really not. There's no tornado issues. There's no tornado warnings. There's nothing even close to remotely being tornadic. And hey, you know what? Maybe we can keep that trend going, and we can just have, some storms up here in North Texas this evening in Texoma. Maybe a little bit of hail, some gusty winds and lightning. But again, with this new development occurring west of DFW now, Jacksboro area on Highway 380, we are going to have to keep an eye out for Denton County and Wise County out here, just in case we have some issue with thunderstorm development, with maybe some hail and strong winds. Otherwise, we're doing okay right now. So we'll be back here at 6 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update. The short-term issue I think we need to worry about will be, again, this corridor I've circled, Denton, Cook, Wise, Montague, into Jack counties. Everyone else, we're okay for now. These streamer showers, not severe. Later this evening, after 9 p.m., we may see some hailstorms fire up in the Goldway to Gatesville area. Those could make their way east towards Waco and Temple late this evening. Otherwise, for now, we're doing okay. So we'll be back at 5 p.m. with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. right, it's 5:51. We're going to come back. I want to take a look at this. We were just talking about these streamer showers. Well, we're starting to see some signs of intensification. We're going to switch back over to the high-res radar. Streamer showers, these are typically, bands of moisture being pulled north. We just got an interesting video out of Midlothian that does show these are actually pretty well-organized visually storms, and even have some rotation with them. So I'm going to switch to a very high-res radar. And even though these are small storms, they may be obtaining what we call mini supercellular characteristics. And we are seeing a little bit of rotation, very modest, but still seeing a little bit of rotation with this Neurovilla. It's going to be moving northeast towards Glen Heights and DeSoto. Now, I don't think this is anywhere near producing a tornado, but those of you in Glen Heights, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, as this storm moves north, or this shower, I don't even think it's got lightning, keep an eye out. You might be able to go outside and see some fast-moving clouds, some scary-looking clouds, maybe a rain-free base and a wall cloud with this. But again, this is what we call a little mini supercell on one of these confluence bands moving north into Dallas County. So DeSoto, South Dallas, keep a heads up on this as it moves north. A little bit of rotation with this, so you might be able to look outside and see some cool spinny clouds in the cloud base. Again, this does not appear to be any sort of a tornado risk right now, but it's one of these cool looking storms that you might want to keep an eye on as it moves off to the north here across northern Dallas County, southern Dallas County. We'll be back here at 6 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update.
New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook and Montague County in Texas.
Very good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 6 p.m. on the 19th of May, 2025. It's a Monday. We're monitoring a line of strong to severe thunderstorms that currently extends from roughly near Jacksboro now, northeast to Newport, northwest of Bowie to Stoneburg, up Highway 81 to Montague, to Highway 82 around St. Joe and Bonita. This activity mostly is producing some pocket change size hail, gusty winds to damaging winds, heavy rainfall, and quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning. We are seeing some pockets of mid-level rotation here, but to be perfectly honest, there's nothing that screams uh-ohville right now in the low levels. Are we going to be watching? Yes, and as you can see off that satellite loop, we've had quite a bit of a thunderstorm explosion here around Jacksboro in the last 20 minutes. You can see how we went from nothing to boom in that satellite data. We're also keeping a close eye on this activity here actually now in Dallas County. We have what have evolved from a couple of showers now into a few almost mini supercell-like showers. These are occurring in a very strong area of low-level wind shear. Well, excuse me. Clearly the Mucinex is about needed. And this activity, as I switch over to the high-res radar, you can see that's coming up now on Interstate 30. It's north of Cockrell Hill. That's going to be coming up on I-30 just west of Interstate 35. And there's a little bit of rotation with that. Nothing even remotely near capable or strong enough of producing a tornado. But those of you in downtown Dallas, West Dallas, as this moves north, you're probably going to get a pretty cool looking storm or shower as it moves off to the north with a bit of scary looking cloud structure, maybe a bit of a wall cloud, probably seeing some of that base of the cloud rotating, but nothing that screams tornado issues right now. It's just one of those things where we have a lot of moisture and a lot of low-level wind shear right there, and sometimes those little showers can take advantage of that and do some weird things. Otherwise, we do have a severe storm quickly developing now just northwest of the city of Jacksboro. Again, you saw that on the satellite loop a moment ago. And this activity, is moving off to the northeast, with the potential of maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. Same thing goes for these storms extending northeast up Highway 59 to Newport to Bowie, all the way to Montague, Nakona, up into parts of eastern Montague County around St. Joe. Now, there are some pockets of mid-level rotation here, but this area, mostly Clay, Montague counties, has been so worked over with rain that it's going to be real hard to get a definitive low-level circulation. In fact, we have a flash flood warning up here now because there's been like 5 rounds of rain. But this storm near Jacksboro, that is in a untapped environment, and we'll keep an eye on that. That storm shooting off a crazy amount of lightning. In fact, a severe thunderstorm warning's just been issued, so in a moment, computer will probably make a bunch of scary noises. And if it doesn't, well, it'll pop up on this screen in just a minute.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jack, Montague, and Wise County in Texas.
And there you go. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning now for Jack County, Wise County. Boy, we said about 6 p.m., didn't we? Well, not bad. Jack and Wise counties until 7 p.m. This is going to be a severe storm that's recently developed here. This is going to be capable of producing quarter-size hail at least, and the potential for localized damaging wind gusts. This thing's also shooting out quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. So as it does so, we're going to have to keep an eye on it. This is going to be the first storm we've had this far south today. It's almost down to 380. It's going to be moving northeast. I suspect it's going to be moving more like this than what the radar automated software says right there. But with that, we'll be watching for the potential of some quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Again, there's no indications of low-level rotation with any of this activity right now. A lot of this from Bowie to St. Joe is behind a outflow boundary and rain-cooled air, which means, yeah, there's some damaging winds or some hail. And our storm chasers say there are a lot of weird eddies going on. That's just resulting in a lot of base motion in the clouds, or a lot of motion in the cloud base. But it's going to be real difficult to get any sort of tornadic activity up here. Is it impossible? No, it's just not something we are especially concerned about this second. Though I will say it does look like this storm north of St. Joe has taken a right turn. It does seem to be riding Highway 82 off to the east now. So as that occurs, those of you in Gainesville to Thackerville, you may end up with some wind, some hail, and yeah, probably a rotating wall cloud or two. So as this activity continues moving east-northeast, I'll put a marker on this. We're definitely going to be watching this corridor over the next 1 to 2 hours now for the potential of some thunderstorms producing damaging winds. It looks like now the Weather Service is reporting we have baseball-size hail near Nakona. So Nakona looks like y'all just got baseball-size hail again nearby, which is why your phones are going nuts. So again, apparently the storm just west of Nakona has just east of Nakona now has baseball-size hail. That's moving towards Munster, Marysville, and WinStar World Casino. So I guess if you're at WinStar and you don't want your car getting nailed by baseballs, you might want to go find a something to park it under. I don't know what all you can park it under out there, but I guess they do have the parking garages with the obnoxious billboard lights on them. Otherwise, we do have thunderstorms extending back southwest, Bowie to Jacksboro. Those storms likewise have the potential to produce large hail. We've got a thunderstorm over Garland to downtown Dallas right now. Those are lifting north. They are not severe. They have the potential to produce some cloud-to-ground lightning, some brief heavy rain, and that's it. There's nothing severe in Dallas or Collin counties right now. So, with that being said, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here at 6:15 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update. And again, you can always keep an eye on the sky with our free 24/7 live stream, TexasStormChasers.com/live, or in our interactive weather radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com/radar. We'll talk to you again by 6:15, sooner if necessary.
Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart.
what does Baldy do during his breaks? Well, he actually sits here doing the exact same thing he does when he's not talking. It just involves him not talking, looking at data, and coughing. right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's Monday, the 19th of May, 2025. We were monitoring a few showers and storms in Dallas County, Collin County. So those looked modestly interesting for about 20 minutes, but those have weakened, which is good. Still, those of you in Collin County are going to get a few showers. Back out west, we are looking at, for all intent and purposes now, a line of thunderstorms producing large hail and localized damaging wind gusts from Jack County, Jacksboro area, up Highway 59, through Bowie, up through 59 through Montague, up to St. Joe. Now, we had an unconfirmed report a little while ago, again, of another report of softball-sized hail north of St. Joe. I'm going to be honest, I'm starting to doubt some of these report validities here. I haven't seen any pictures, and typically, if we're getting big hail like that, we're going to be seeing pictures pretty quick. So, I mean, it's certainly possible, but I just... If y'all down there or around St. Joe, you're getting hail or something, hey, give us a heads up when it's safe to do so. Is there actually softball-sized hail falling out of these storms? Because that's the second or third storm we've heard that's had softball-sized hail, and some of our chasers have been in that area and haven't had diddly squat. So sometimes you always got to keep an eye out for reports. So we'll see. Nevertheless, we do have the potential for quite a bit of, well, I guess at this point, now a bunch of other reports just came in from emergency management and broadcast media, aka old school media, of baseball to softball size hail around St. Joe up to west of Marysville. So there you go. I guess we are getting another round of softballs for the second or third time today up here. Those storms also extend back southwest down Highway 59 to Montague, Bowie, and St. Joe. Or St. Joe's up on 82, back southwest to Jacksboro. And that activity is moving northeast, east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So again, the potential for very large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain with quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. You can see we have a new storm that's trying to go up just north of Grayford, south of Jacksboro. So overall, this is going to increase the threat that we get some of these storms into places like Wise County, Denton County, and northern DFW over the next hour or two. So at this point, do I trust any models? No. I don't trust any of the weather models going into this afternoon and evening. They've all been trashed the last few days. The good descriptor is garbage in, garbage out. Same applies to weather model data. Why have they been garbage? I don't know. That's above my pay grade, but clearly I'm over it. So I wouldn't trust really any model solution going into this evening. We're just looking out the window at this point, and that's helping us keep an eye on the sky. There may be a few storms late tonight after 9 to 10 p.m., maybe in the eastern hill country with some hail that make their way towards Waco, Killeen, Temple, Belton by midnight. Otherwise, we are going to be keeping a close eye on these storms here in western North Texas as they continue to progress east towards places like Gainesville, Decatur, and depending on how far south this line gets, that may be as far south as we have to deal along the north of Highway 380, depending on what we have developed with that storm near Grayford. But again, this does continue to look like a mostly along the north of Highway 380 issue, with activity over the next few hours, and that means most of you in Dallas, Fort Worth may not get anything else today and tonight. That's a distinct possibility. So, northern DFW and Texoma, you're the most at risk for storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and maybe a tornado over the next several hours. I think the tornado threat's low. We said it was low yesterday, and it was. We didn't have many storms, but those that we had, couple produced tornadoes. Same thing goes today. We've got several storms, and guess what? None of them are producing tornadoes right now. And the way it looks now, hopefully we can keep it that way. But I can't say that's a guarantee, and so we're going to have to keep an eye on things as we deal with these thunderstorms over the next few hours. So, again, those of you in northern DFW will be most at risk over the next couple of hours with these storms as they move from southwest to northeast. And again, we've had multiple reports in recent minutes of up to softball-size hail. North of Munster to the St. Joe area. So the most intense storms, again, are producing very, very large damaging hail. All right, so what we're going to do is, again, we're mostly here giving you updates just to keep an eye on things and let folks know we don't have tornadoes. And, you know, maybe with some luck we can keep it that way. I can't say for sure. I can't guarantee you these storms won't, you know, one or two of them won't try to spin up. But we're looking okay so far, and, you know, but things can change quickly, and we'll do our best to keep you updated. But again, it looks like most of DFW is going to be spared from this. The exception being along the north of 380, from Jacksboro to Denton to McKinney up to Texoma. We're going to need to watch y'all. But we're not really getting any storms developing down to Highway 180 or Interstate 20, which means y'all in Tarrant, Dallas, Parker counties may not really have anything to deal with this evening. I can't guarantee that, but, you know, these showers that were in Dallas County, Collin County are weakening, and we're doing okay. But again, real big hail with some of these storms out around St. Joe. We've had up to softball-size hail reported again. Could still have baseball-size hail, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, and because y'all have had so much rain today, flash flooding. So we'll keep an eye on the sky, and we'll be back here. We're going to have our next update at 6:40 p.m., sooner if necessary. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We'll keep an eye on things. No tornado warnings. Tornado threat is low, but not zero.
Additional information. Golf ball size hail in St. Joe. storm report from 3 miles north of St. Joe in Montague County. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by amateur radio.
No, I never leave you. There was something about that night. All the lights they'd fall on your shoulders. Sun sets the city on fire behind you. Someday I'll be looking back when we're older, saying that night was golden. You were so beautiful to me. Rain was coming down on the day that you left town. It's like the sky could tell. But I know that you'll be back someday. You had to go and find your place, and I had to let you. It didn't take you too long to know where you belong. You got on the next train. Said it was too hard to walk away. Had to come back and see your face. No, I'll never leave you. You said there was something about that night. All the lights they fall on your shoulders. Sun sets the city on fire behind you. Someday I'll be looking back when we're older, saying this night was golden, and you are so beautiful to me. Walking down the street, putting your arms around me.
Hello, hello, it's a brand new day. It's really not. It's just Monday, the 19th of May, 2025. It's 6:40 p.m. We're monitoring a line of thunderstorms producing heavy rain, some strong winds, and a bit of hail. To be honest, I think we're almost down to just a couple of relatively nasty storms. I'll switch over to the high-res radar. We can pick them out together. We're going to have a severe thunderstorm now in northern Wise County, right on the border of Montague County. This is going to be south of it's going to be south of Bowie, moving towards Sunset and Fruitland. We've got a storm chaser, Jenny Brown, there. She's keeping an eye on it. And this storm is going to be moving off to the east-northeast about 35 miles an hour. I don't know if it's moving as far northeast as the radar thinks it is. It's moving off to the east-northeast. Towards the Alvord and Sunset areas. After that, those of you in southwestern Cook County may have to deal with it. Leo up to Era, and eventually maybe Munster to Gainesville to Valley View. Based on what some of these storms have done today with hail, this thing could easily have probably $half size hail now, maybe even some larger hail than that. And again, this is going to be crossing 287. Bowie to Fruitland, y'all are getting pelted with lightning right now. And this activity is moving off to the east at about 35 miles an hour. We technically do have storms still producing some strong winds, some very heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail up here in eastern Munster County, good gravy, eastern Montague County, moving to western Cook County. But the good news is the hail threat really has decreased with those thunderstorms. This activity moving off to the east, east-northeast. So the strongest storm we're watching right now is this storm definitely coming up to Highway 287. It'll stay north of Chico, moving towards Sunset. It'll probably stay just north of Alvord. It'll cross over 287 from Bowie, Fruitland, Sunset, just north of Alvord, moving into southeastern parts of Montague County, and then moving towards southwestern Cook County, towards the communities of Leo, Era, Myra, Valley View, and maybe even up to Gainesville. This storm has the potential to produce at least golf ball size hail. We've got some strong winds being indicated. We note it's tail end Charlie. We don't really have any other storms south of it. Yeah, we have this little bean that's on 281 near the 199 split, but that's not really developing. And this activity continues to move off to the east, northeast at 35 miles an hour. Nothing in Dallas County. The showers that were in Collin County and Dallas County have almost completely dissipated. Just that one thing left near Allen, and that's dissipating faster in my hairline. Otherwise, I think we're almost to the point where I'm okay to say most of DFW is going to be fine this evening. The exception being northern parts of Denton and Collin counties, maybe up into Cook and Grayson counties with this activity moving in from Montague and Wise counties. But otherwise, I mean, I'll show you the satellite, and I'll be able to show you that really there's not anything else developing out here. Let me switch over to day cloud convection. And again, we're not really seeing any cumulus now in Palo Pinto County, Eastland County. It's cleared out. Yeah, we have some cumulus down in Brown County. We may see some storms after 8 to 9 p.m. develop around San Saba and Goldthwaite. Those may have some hail that move east towards Waco, Killeen, Temple, Belton. But in terms of the next couple of hours, I think Tarrant, Dallas counties, I'm okay giving y'all an all clear for now. Now, if you suddenly look to the west and see a storm at 60,000 feet, things will change. But you're looking pretty good right now. If you're in Fort Worth, Dallas, Weatherford, Decatur, north to Gainesville, keep an eye on these storms. Same thing goes even down to Denton on 380. We'll keep an eye on this activity. But again, we're not seeing any indications of low-level rotation. We're not seeing anything that would suggest we have a tornado threat anytime soon. And, I mean, clearly we're not really seeing much of anything that suggests a tornado threat with most of these storms today, even though we did have a confirmed spin-up tornado a little earlier east of St. Joe from storm chaser Mike Prendergast, and he was on 82, I believe, and he did confirm a brief spin-up tornado. We retweeted that video on X, but that was earlier. Waco, I'm not worried about tornadoes in Waco tonight. So, honestly, maybe a little bit of hail with that activity, but hopefully nothing, tornadic. Otherwise, you know what? We're just going to keep an eye on the storms we have now, and typically I wouldn't even be doing severe weather coverage for this. We typically only do this for for tornado warnings, and we haven't really had any of those in hours in Texas. But since we had such an active day yesterday, and we already started this back around 2 p.m., we'll just stay here. You know what? We'll keep giving updates. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update. And again, if we have something going on, we'll come back sooner than that. But until then, those of you in DFW, look northwest through that hazy humidity of doom. Enjoy the sunset, and you can see the anvil blow off and the shadows created by that here on satellite. That's pretty awesome. So we'll be back at 7 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update.
Thinking of all these memories, our lives are full of days like these, and there's not a moment missed when I don't think the stars for this. Take what you love and set it free. The love of my life came back to me. Now we're walking down the street, you're putting your arms around me. Thinking of all these memories, our lives are full of days like these. to wonder, it's a chance to start again on the wing of remember when all the plans that we made in summer, they are shining memories calling to each other, trouble disappear in your atmosphere. Falling leaves, the horizon's on fire below. I hold on tightly to all that I've come to know.
Hello, hello. It's 7 p.m. on this, the 19th of May, 2025. Just got a report from Storm Chaser Chad Casey of 2-inch diameter size hail near Fruitland. That's going to be on Highway 287 with this thunderstorm just north of Alvord. This is going to be with a severe thunderstorm, pretty much the last one we have in the state now, located near Fruitland. This is going to be moving off to the northeast, east-northeast, at about 35 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and put a storm track on this. We'll let y'all know what's going on today. Yeah, I don't think this thing's moving due east. I'll check real quick, though, just to make sure, but well, maybe it is. Let's see. Yeah, nah, I think it's moving more northeast. I think this has probably got a good track. So this will be up around... I'm just going to draw my own track, honestly. We'll do, what, 30 miles an hour? Give me just a second. Like this. This will be near Munster around 7:20 to 7:25 p.m. The city of Gainesville about 7:50 p.m. Valley View about 7:50 p.m. This will be near Leo at about 7:25 to 7:30 p.m. This will be near Era at about 7:35 p.m. in southwestern Cook County. It's pretty much the last severe thunderstorm we have in the state. The remainder of the activity has made it up into Oklahoma or weakened. The cell that is near Munster could still have maybe some small hail. And otherwise, this is the last severe storm we have. Those of you in DFW, look, if you're in Fort Worth and Dallas, you're clear. You're not going to get anything. Weatherford, you're clear. Even those of you in McKinney, you're probably clear. Denton, unless this activity west of Decatur magically fires up over the next 30 minutes and develops, you're clear. If you look west or southwest and suddenly see a 60,000 foot tall storm with lightning heading your way, you're in trouble, but in all likelihood, y'all in much of DFW are clear for the evening, based on the way it looks now. We're left with this angry thunderstorm that is up here near Alvord, moving northeast. We had a reported 2-inch diameter size hail from storm chaser Chad Casey in Fruitland, which is between Sunset and Alvord, north of Sunset. This activity is moving off to the east-northeast, about 35 miles an hour. It'll be crossing over Interstate 35 here in Gainesville at about 8 p.m. or sooner than that, perhaps, probably about 7:50 to 8 p.m. And again, this thing could be dropping maybe up to tennis ball size hail now in southeastern Montague County. So, with that being said, again, DFW, you're clear. Unless something drastically changes and you look southwest and see a storm going up with a bunch of lightning, the cap held, the cap won, and we haven't really had any activity south of Highway 380.
Texas.
So with that being said, DFW, I think you're probably okay for the night. We could this evening still see a couple of thunderstorms develop after 8 to 9 p.m. down in parts of the eastern big country. I'll show you a satellite here. I'll pop this over. We'll switch over to this. And you can see we still do have a few bits of towering cumulus down here near Brownwood to Brady. Some of this may actually develop a bit later on with the potential of some upper level lift increasing, maybe closer to Goldwick and San Saba. that would move towards Waco and Killeen by midnight, maybe an isolated storm or two with hail. Otherwise, you could see we're capped down here on 180 and Interstate 20, meaning y'all in Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Fort Worth, you're clear. Dallas, you're clear. Y'all in McKinney, you're probably clear. Denton, I mean, look, you're probably going to be fine. Unless one of these storms out here magically develops, turns right 90 degrees, and starts moving southeast. You're going to be fine. Those of you north of a line from Slidell to Sanger to Anna, keep an eye on this activity that's heading your way. But otherwise, once again, we are probably going to be okay. Those of you in Gainesville to Valley View, heads up. This storm heading your way has maybe up to tennis ball size hail, damaging winds. Not seeing any low-level rotation. We are seeing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, though. So, we'll go ahead. We'll come back for another update here at 7:20 p.m., but we're looking pretty good right now. Much of the state is not active. It's windy out in West Texas. We do note, if I switch over to a different product that shows dust, I'm going to switch this out to a satellite. Guess what? We do have dust blowing in to the big country from parts of West Texas in the Permian Basin with strong westerly winds behind the dry line. So there is some dust out there heading east towards Abilene. So we'll have to deal with that. Otherwise, we're just dealing with, well, a bit of storm activity up here in northern Wise County, southeastern Montague County, heading towards Cook County. So this storm again, the potential for tennis ball size hail, localized damaging winds, heavy rain, and a lot of cloud to ground lightning heading towards Munster, Era, Leo, Valley View, and Gainesville over the next 30 to 45 minutes. We'll be back here at 7:20 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update.
How we feeling? Still there's something special in the spell of the night. It's elemental, wild world in its perfect mess. It's the little things that make it all worth it. That make it all worth it.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a little line, if you want, or an individual cell, hopefully the last of the night. A severe thunderstorm that's currently located from near St. Joe to near Alvord here in northern Wise County, eastern Montague County, moving into western Cook County. This thunderstorm is going to be moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. It is capable of producing up to golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, and the potential for a lot of heavy rain that could cause some street flooding, and of course cloud-to-ground lightning. We're going to put a storm track on this, and I'll preface this by saying I don't think we're going to have any new storms develop. I think the cap is intensifying, and I think we are going to be good to go. Put this east at 30. This has it moving into Gainesville. Because of this storm a bit farther north, Gainesville about 7:30 through 8 p.m. Valley View about 7:40. If it made it this far south, maybe Sainer 7:45. Sadler about 8 o'clock to 8:05. Collinsville about 8:05. Areas just west of Tioga about 8:05 p.m. And again, this looks to be our last little storm issue we have to deal with. I don't expect we're going to see any new development to the south as the cap or the lid on the atmosphere is intensifying, thus keeping DFW in the clear tonight. Can't rule out a little bit of wind, rain, stormage here up around Sainer, northern Denton County, northern Collin County. And then, ooh boy, this activity moving into Cook County and Grayson County. But again, we could see maybe some golf ball size hail, strong wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. But overall, these storms have been weakening over the last 10 minutes or so. They're going to continue moving east-northeast pretty quickly. Again, 30, at times 40 miles an hour to the east-northeast. And that will hopefully be the last of the storm issues we have to deal with heading into this evening across North Texas. We're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model across the state. And there is the possibility we may see a few storms develop late tonight into early Tuesday morning into parts of Texas as we have a bit of upper level lift arrive into central and southern parts of the state. This is not a high confidence solution, but as you can see, this model does try to develop a few stronger storms going into late this evening across parts of the eastern hill country into central Texas. If that were to develop, we might have a little bit of a threat for maybe a little bit of hail around, Temple, Bellm, down the Round Rock. If we have a couple isolated storms develop down here, it's not a guarantee, but I can't rule it out either. And then we might see a few storms heading into Tuesday morning. Kerrville, San Antonio, Uvalde, if this is right, between 1 to 7 a.m. tomorrow. And a couple of those storms, again, if we have these develop, I'm not expecting a tornado issue, we might have a bit of hail, lightning, brief heavy rain, and gusty winds. But at this point, we're doing decent. We do have those storms up here moving along the Red River, moving through parts into eastern Texoma. And again, we'll have to keep an eye out on some of this activity as it moves east-northeast, just in case we see anything try to turn farther east and ride Highway 82 closer to Bonham and Paris. But the way we're looking now, DFW, I'm confident I'm going to give you an all clear. If you're in DFW, you are good. We probably shouldn't make it look like that. You are good to go. If you're in DFW, we'll give you a little smiley face. Congratulations. You're good to go. Up here, you may have some hail and wind issues going into tonight, but that is all about she wrote. We, at this point, feel pretty confident we're not going to have any sort of spinny doom issues arise. I'm not going to say never say never, but at this point, I feel confident enough in the solutions and that we're past the worst of things that we're going to go ahead and end our continuous live coverage. We are going to, those of you on YouTube, hey, stick around. We're going to push you over to our Texas weather Center live stream. It's going to be all of what you've been watching. The radar, the music, the audible weather warnings and stuff, that's going to keep going. We're going to be in the chat room keeping an eye on things. And again, if we have, for some reason, any sort of mischievous tornado, spinny, doom arise, which I don't think we will, but never say never, we'll be back with more live coverage. Otherwise, those of you on Facebook, head on over, TexasStormChasers.com/live for that feed. And hopefully, y'all won't have to hear from us again this evening. So, I want to thank you for tuning in. We definitely appreciate it. And with that, we're going to go ahead and bid you adieu. Bid you a good night. You can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com/radar. And TexasStormChasers.com/live if you want to keep an eye on things. So, we'll be over there in that chat room. Keep an eye on the sky. Thanks for tuning in today.